this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 27 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I would like to ask all in-person participants to please read the guidelines written on the updated cards on the table. We have quite a few witnesses today, and so I think it's important just to remind ourselves of these measures that are in place to help prevent audio and feedback incidents and to protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters. You will also notice a QR code on the card which links to a short awareness video. La réunion d'aujourd'hui se déroule sous forme hybride.
Today's meeting is taking a hybrid format. I would like to remind participants of the following points. Before speaking, please wait until I recognize you. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking.
Is joining us today, and so if you are either asked a question by a member and you are in the room, please come forward to the table and we will hear from you then, or raise your hand on Zoom. If the question is generally addressed and not to someone in specific, but if as an official you are able to respond to that question, again, please come forward and we will recognize you, or raise your hand if you are on Zoom. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. Je demanderai aux membres de lever la main si vous souhaitez.
I would like to ask people to raise your hand if you wish to speak, be you on Zoom or in person. And the committee clerks and I will do the best we can to maintain consolidated speaking order. And I remind you that all comments should be addressed through the chair.
Of Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, and the motion adopted by the House on Friday, February 13th, 2026, the committee shall resume consideration of Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2024. I would like to provide members of the committee with a few comments on how committees proceed with the clause-by-clause consideration of a bill.
As the name indicates, this is an examination of all the clauses in the order in which they appear in the bill. I will call each clause successively, and each clause is subject to debate and a vote. If there are amendments to the clause in question, I will recognize the member proposing it, who may explain it if he or she wishes. The amendments will be then open for debate. In the order that they are in the package each member received from the clerks.
Procedurally admissible. The chair may be called upon to rule amendments inadmissible if they go against the principle of the bill or beyond the scope of the bill, both of which were adopted by the House when it agreed to the bill at second reading, or if they offend the financial prerogative of the Crown. During debate on an amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments until 5 p.m. today. Pursuant to the House order adopted on Friday, February 13th, 2026, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 5 p.m. today, on Monday, February 23rd, 2026, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved, and the chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments. Once every clause has been voted on, the committee will vote on the title and the bill itself, and in order to reprint the bill may be required if amendments are adopted so that the House has a proper copy for use at report stage. Je remercie les députés de leur attention et
I thank the members for their attention and wish everyone a productive clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-15. As per the House order adopted on Friday, February 13th, 2026, all amendments ought to have been submitted no later than noon on Thursday, February 19th, 2026. Amendments that are submitted past the deadline cannot be moved. I would like to welcome our witnesses who are available to answer technical questions related to the bill.
Witnesses, so I am not going to name them all. Committee members have a list, so I hope that you reference that and you can address your questions accordingly, as I mentioned at the outset. Please, I want to thank the, let's get started now on clause by clause. So with that, okay, so pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, we will do consideration of Clause 1. The short title is postponed. So For Part 1, amendments to the Income Tax Act and other legislation, there are no amendments proposed from Clause 2 to 4. Mr. Halan?
If I'm not mistaken, Chair, just a suggestion, since clauses 2 to 190 don't have anything really there, we could, if it's okay with everyone, to pass on division those clauses, if that's possible to do that.
That is not correct. We
No?
do have
Okay.
amendments, so I was going to propose.
Sorry, there are, two amendments. Yeah.
So
1 to 40,
if,
2 to 40.
if you don't mind allowing me to chair
Sure,
the
sure.
meeting, that would be great. So if there is unanimous consent to group them, we can do that for clauses 2 to 44. Do we have unanimous consent to do that? Yeah, okay. So, pass on division. Okay, so noted that clauses 2 to 44 will pass on division. Thank you. So now we have clause 45. There's a proposed amendment from the government. Would someone like to speak to that? Yes, Government Amendment 1. Yeah.
C-15 and Clause 45 be amended by adding after line 4 on page 70 the following. Requirement certification of yearly eligible remuneration. Every employer who pays an amount described in paragraph A of the definition yearly eligible remuneration in subsection 1 to an individual in a taxation year must provide the certification described in paragraph B of that definition in respect of the total amount described in paragraph A of that definition for that individual for that year. So moved.
Okay. Shall Government Amendment 1 carry? On division? Yeah. Okay, great. So carried on division. Shall clause 45 carry? On division? Yeah. Shall clause 46 carry? Oui, Monsieur
Juste,
Garon.
on avait l'amendement BQ.
We have a BQ1 amendment for Article 45. No, it's Clause 47. Oh, I'm sorry. So, just to confirm.
Okay, Monsieur Garon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that there's coffee here today. I'm going to need it. So it's in the critical mineral strategy. There's a list of minerals, and we would like to add phosphate, which is essential for the energy transition. We're thinking it may be an emission, unintended emission. Thank you, Mr. Garon.
Monsieur Létard.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, juste à ajouter.
Yes, Madam Chair, just to add that, yes, we looked at this and we can't support our colleague's amendment because phosphate is a mineral that's especially used in agriculture for fertilizer production. So that could create an imbalance in the whole structure for tax credits. And phosphate is already eligible for flow-through shares. So we believe that this is not necessary to do this. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant. Mr. Caron? Madam Chair, I think everyone knows that phosphate is a mineral that's critical for energy storage and batteries. So we would like to keep that in the strategy. There are several minerals that have various possible utilizations. So we continue to believe that if we want to give an equal treatment to all of these minerals, regardless of the particular, in terms of the energy transformation, we should add phosphate. The major phosphate projects for extraction that are especially in Quebec will be almost exclusively dedicated to the energy transition. And the goal is to stimulate the development of new projects so that we can move forward in this transition. So with all due respect to Mr. Letao, my colleague, I think that the government's argument is a little bit exaggerated. Mr. Letao, Madam Chair, regardless of what I said previously, yes, after analyzing this, even though most of the phosphate is used for the production of fertilizers, it is in fact very important for the energy transition. So to ensure that there is fair rules, we're ready to accept our colleague's amendment.
Bloc 1, est-il adopté?
So is Block 1 adopted? Adopted. Perfect.
Have it carry. On division? Okay, carried on division. Il n'y a aucun amendement soumis pour les articles 48.
Are no amendments submitted for articles 48 to, or clauses 48 to 70? Is there unanimous consent to group them into one vote? And if that's a fact?
Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, clause 71. Mr. Pagiscatos?
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Bill C-15 and Clause 71 be amended by replacing lines 12 and 13 on page 164 with the following: taxation years that end after December 30th, 2024.
Okay, shall G2 carry? Yes. Shall G2 carry? Yes, agreed. Okay. Shall Clause 71 carry? On division, carried. There are no amendments proposed for the remainder of Part 1, Clauses 72 to 125. Is there unanimous consent to group them for the vote? Yeah, okay. Shall Clauses 72 to 125 carry? On division, carried on division. Thank you. Okay, for Part 2, the digital services tax, repeals and other measures, there are no amendments proposed in Part 2, clauses 126 to 158. Is there unanimous consent to group them for the vote? No? Okay, thank you. I see Monsieur Garon.
Demander un vote par appel nominal.
I would like to ask for a vote for articles 126 to 158.
Mr. Davies?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Registered vote.
Committee to request unanimous consent for my colleagues to be able to speak briefly to this. I don't have an amendment for it, but I would like to urge my colleagues to vote against these clauses, and I would like an opportunity just to briefly make the case for why that is.
Please go ahead, Mr. Davies, briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. When the government of the time announced this measure in Budget 2021, it described these measures as, quote, essential for ensuring that corporations in all sectors, including digital corporations, pay their fair share of tax on the money they earn by doing business in Canada. Of course, we all know that the Donald Trump administration objected, and shortly after that, our government pledged to abandon that measure entirely. Leaving aside the question of having to deal with Mr. Trump, of course, I've got great empathy for any government that has to do that. I would argue that this is not the best policy. The digital services tax was specifically designed to ensure that the largest U.S. tech giants, companies like those led by Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, contribute fairly to the money they earn from the Canadian economy. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated that it would raise $7.2 billion over 5 years, revenue that we think could be used to support public services, infrastructure, and programs that Canadians rely on. So in conclusion, Madam Chair, we believe that adopting this measure means that we are walking away from billions of dollars of revenue and giving up a tool meant to level the playing field for Canadian tech businesses, all without really achieving any benefit for Canada in return. And I would respectfully request that my colleagues defeat this provision of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Ms. May?
For the purposes of brevity, may I please be associated with every comment just made by Mr. Davies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we able to move now to a recorded division on Clause 126? Yep, okay.
Is on Clause 126. Mr. Fragascatos.
Yes.
Mr. Leteo.
Pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Madame Bendayan.
En faveur.
Mr. Holland.
In favor.
Mr. Kelly.
In favor.
Madame Kubena.
In favor.
Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Garron. So that's 8 yeas, 8 pour, 1 nay, 1 contre.
Okay, Clause 126 carries. We will now move to Clause 127. Can we move to a recorded division on 127?
On Clause 127, Mr. Fragascatos.
Yes.
Mr. Leteo.
Yes. Pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Madame Bendayan.
En faveur.
Mr. Holland.
In favor.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Madame Kubena.
Favor.
Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Garron.
Contre.
1 8, yeas 8, pour 8, 1 nay, 1 contre.
Okay, Clause 127 carries. We will move to a recorded division on Clause 128.
On Clause 128, Mr. Fragascatos.
Yes.
Mr. Leteo.
Pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Madame Bendayan.
En faveur.
Mr. Holland.
In favor.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Madame Kubena.
In favor.
Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Garron.
Contre.
Yeas 8, 8 pour, 1 nay, 1 contre.
Okay, Clause 128 carries. Do we have unanimous consent to group clauses 129 to 158 for a single vote? Yeah, okay. Shall these clauses carry? Carried on division. Thank you. Moving on to Part 3, amendments to the Excise Tax Act, GST, HST, the Underused Housing Tax Act, the Select Luxury Items Tax Act, and other related texts. There are no amendments proposed to Part 3, clauses 159 to 176, apologies. Is there unanimous consent to group them for the vote? Yes. Yeah, okay. If yes, shall clauses 150, oh, sorry, Mr. Davies, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I would ask the indulgence of my colleagues just to speak briefly and urge my colleagues to defeat these sections 167 to 170, if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The decision to repeal the underused housing tax during a housing crisis is a difficult decision for us to understand. When this measure was first introduced, again, the Liberal government, previous one, but same hue, described it as a national tax-based measure targeting the unproductive use of domestic housing that is owned by non-resident non-Canadians. And they argued that it would ensure that foreign owners who use Canada as a place to passively store wealth in housing, quote, pay their fair share. And it's working. There's a suite of measures adopted by this government and provincial governments, including mine in British Columbia, that are working to curb foreign investor demand in Canada's residential housing market, and it is working to reduce prices. So the Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated the underused housing tax will raise almost $700 million over 5 years, and we believe that repealing it means walking away not only from hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue that could be used to support affordable housing, municipal infrastructure, and public priorities, but also will it will reverse the progress that has been made by now adding demand to an already saturated housing market. And finally, Madam Chair, it also removes a policy lever designed to discourage vacant foreign investor-held properties at a time when Canadians are still struggling with some of the worst housing affordability challenges in our country's history. So I'd urge my colleagues to defeat these clauses. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Davies. So is there unanimous consent to group these clauses for a vote? Yes? Okay. So shall clauses 159 to 176 carry? Carried on division. So for Part 4, First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, there are no amendments proposed to Part 4, clauses 177 to 190. Do we have unanimous consent to group these clauses? Okay, thank you. Shall clauses 177 to 190 carry? Carried on division.
Sorry, Madam Chair?
Yes,
I may have
Mr.
been
Davies?
asleep at the switch here. I wanted to speak to the luxury tax. Did we just group those? I have those as clauses 171 to 176.
We did that previously. That was 2 groups ago, or 1 group ago, yeah.
Didn't it just follow the underused housing tax?
Yes, but we just grouped,
I missed that.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would it be, can I get the indulgence of the committee just to speak briefly to that?
Sure.
Thank you. So the decision to repeal the luxury tax on private jets and yachts, in our view, is a difficult to understand reversal of the principles that were used to justify the measure when it was introduced at the time. Again, in Budget 2021, it was argued that those who can afford to buy luxury goods can afford to pay a bit more. I'm quoting then Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, especially at a time when ordinary Canadians were making sacrifices to keep the economy afloat. In New Democrats' view, that logic still holds, yet we're now abandoning the luxury tax on private jets and yachts entirely. There was some justification argued that the luxury tax costs more to administer than it brings in, but the 2025 budget, I think, belies that claim. Eliminating the tax will cost the government $135 million over 5 years in lost revenue by our calculations. The PBO goes even further, estimating that the luxury tax on private jets and boats will raise $207 million over 5 years. What makes this decision a little bit more difficult for us is that unions in the aviation and boating sectors have proposed practical solutions to address the potential industry impacts of these measures. They offered targeted mitigation measures, not a full repeal of the luxury tax. So instead of working with workers and industry to refine the policy, we think it's not wise to scrap it altogether. So the result, Madam Chair, is that this is a policy retreat that gives up hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue at a time when the government, we think, really needs it. It abandons a fairness measure aimed at taxing the ultra-wealthy, and it ignores constructive proposals put forward by workers and their unions working with their employers who were ready to help improve the system rather than dismantle it. So I'd urge my colleagues, I guess, it's already been grouped, but thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Davies. We've already voted on that measure, though. Okay, so moving on to Part 5, various measures, Division 1, High-Speed Rail Network Act. We have Clause 191. Monsieur Garon, you have an amendment you'd like to propose?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's no surprise that the Bloc Québécois has an amendment on this. I've been quite vocal about this. On the high-speed rail track, in terms of the effects on the population. So I'm a MP for Mirabel. We know the story of Mirabel. We know that Parliament was unanimous 2 weeks ago after a motion was asking the government to never repeat what happened in 1969 when one is a agricultural producer, and it's true for other people too. And there's such a linear project that arrives that's linear and that cuts through the lands. And if we go too quickly, we risk violating people's rights. And I'm speaking to the people of my riding and also the Québécois and the UPA members. So what this act is doing is creating two classes of citizens. There'll be all Canadians who, in a public project, are subjected to the Expropriation Act. And there will be people in Quebec and Canada who are faced by this project who will have their rights reduced. If we do it, we will be making the Quebec citizens second-class citizens. And I'm not ashamed to repeat this. We always were for a public transport project that was modern. It's not that we're for or against the train, but the best management practices for such a project want the project to move at the speed of the engineering, that it's done at the speed of social acceptability. Currently, it's moving at the speed of the announcements by politicians and the Prime Minister. And I'm deeply convinced that what we're calling here the Act on the High-Speed Rail Act, it will really harm the project. You can't make a 1,000 kilometer project go forward if there's no social acceptability. And I'm coming to the text of my amendment, which will save some time for the future amendments. So the government delegated all of the dirty work to a sub-branch of Via Rail that has no parliamentary supervision, that cannot be supervised by the Auditor General, that can't be analyzed by the parliamentary budget officer. And we're telling those people, go and expropriate lands and go as quickly as possible, and we just wash our hands of it. So I'm presenting a series of amendments. I'm convinced that it won't slow down a project that must be carried out within an effective, efficient, but respectful schedule. So for BQ2, I'm giving you an example of what the Act, what effect it has. When there's a preliminary notice of expropriation, you come to someone's house and we say, we'll need a part of your farm. So the Expropriation Act wants to avoid real estate speculation. You don't want to have somebody who knows they'll have their land expropriated to build a condo and to sell it at an unreasonable price to the government. So that's normal. So it's in that context that we're preventing people from doing some improvements. But the Act maintains the right of undertaking repairs. Say someone has a silo on their farm. You can do maintenance and you can do repairs. So good practices mean that if there's a catastrophe, somebody can rebuild something that's necessary for the proper functioning of the farm. So, and it did happen in Saint-Scholastique 2 summers ago. The Derek Couvret's farm, which burnt down, he lost all his cows, he had to rebuild. And with the current law, he would not be able to rebuild his barn if a little piece of the land is located where the train would go. So there's no chance of real estate speculation if we allow someone who's faced a catastrophe to continue their activities. And the government is taking saying the more time it takes, the more expensive it will be. But if you have to rebuild something, a building on your farm, and you have to wait 3 or 4 years, that's going to be very expensive for them. We have to allow them to rebuild if there's a catastrophe, and that's essentially what the Bloc amendment proposes. Thank you, Mr. Garon. Mr. Litao? Yes, Madam Chair. So on BQ2, as the colleague has proposed it, we have a lot of difficulty, but we have a sub-amendment to propose to try and find some agreement. And I'll read this for you from my phone because I don't have the French language copy in my papers.
Alors, donc, notre
So our sub-amendment is as follows. Replace the following text. The owner of a land who has an advice of no work should not undertake any work on that piece of land except for work that intends to prevent normal deterioration of the field or maintain its normal state. But work is started before the notice is sent can be completed. So we want to replace that by this. The owner of a piece of land that's subjected to no building cannot do anything except for work that prevents normal deterioration, that keeps it in good shape after a catastrophe and maintain it in a normal state, and also work that's authorized by the competent minister, and work that has been begun before the filing of the notice can be completed. So with this sub-amendment, if the colleagues will accept it, we are proposing a compromise which might be acceptable. Yes, I will ask Mr. Carroll to send the final version, and then we can distribute it to the colleagues. We'll suspend briefly so that can be done.
the meeting. Mr. Letao?
Oui, Madame la Présidente. Alors,
Yes, Madam Chair. So I'm proposing by consent to withdraw our sub-amendment. Is there unanimous consent to withdraw this sub-amendment? I would like the government to explain to us why they're withdrawing it. We're withdrawing it because we believe that it might make this situation more complex, so it's easier just to withdraw it. So I'm trying to understand, because I saw that there was a willingness to compensate for an important gap and to strengthen the rights of the agricultural producer. So how would allowing someone whose silo or barn is partially destroyed or completely destroyed by catastrophe so that these people could earn their life, how does this make everything more complex? I would like that explanation. I think I'm intelligent enough, but I don't understand this. Yes, I'm simply say that to our mind, it would complexify the situation. Our sub-amendment was not well drafted, so we're simply withdrawing it. So is there unanimous consent to withdraw this sub-amendment? So we'll go back to the main amendment. No, I'd like us to vote on this sub-amendment.
For a moment here, so we'll suspend for a couple of minutes. We'll come back. Thank you. Having spoken with the legislative clerks, I'm going to rule Mr. Letau's sub-amendment inadmissible due to 16.78 with regards to form, because unfortunately the amendment is out of order if it refers to or is not intelligible without subsequent amendments or schedules of which notice has not been given, or if it is otherwise incomplete. And given the fact that it didn't really fit with the initial amendment that the bloc had put forward, it is therefore inadmissible. So we will now return to BQ2. Monsieur Caron?
Juste m'assurer que j'ai bien compris. Donc, l'amendement est rejeté parce que...
I want to make sure I've understood. It's rejected because it's not intelligible. I just wanted to make sure there was a little translation glitch. Yes, the sub-amendment. Mr. Letau's sub-amendment. Yes.
BQ2. Are we ready to put BQ2 to question? Shall BQ2 carry? A recorded division, please.
The vote is on BQ2. Mr. Fracas-Gatos.
No.
Mr. Letao.
No.
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Madame Ben-Dayan.
Non.
Mr. Holland.
Oppose.
Mr. Kelly.
Nay.
Madame Combena.
Nay.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Contre.
Mr. Garon.
pour...
Yeas 1, pour 1, nays 8, contre 8.
Okay, thank you. BQ2 was defeated. We will now move on to BQ3. Monsieur Garon?
Présidente, écoutez...
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have any illusions because I see what's happening with the protection of rights of people who will be subject to expropriation in this committee. So I'm disappointed to see that we no longer have the official opposition, and I'm worried about that. And I think people in the field at Mirabel and otherwise will notice this. BQ3 is even more important. When you're subject to expropriation, when you're a normal Canadian, when you're not a victim of the High-Speed Rail Network Act, which makes you a second-class citizen, if someone comes to you and gives you notice of expropriation, you have the right to be heard if there's disagreement about the price you're being offered. So I'm taking the words of my colleague Jacques Gourde in his speech 2 weeks ago, Conservative, in the House of Commons. He said, agricultural land is not like a car. If it's taken away from you, it's not like having your car stolen. He's the MP for Lotbinière, the Conservative. So when you're subject to expropriation, it's normal that someone can be able to contest the price, and then there's a dispute resolution process to do that. So that doesn't take a lot of time. You can ask for public hearing. The government appoints a commissioner who makes a recommendation to the minister, who later, with officials, will determine the final price. And you still have the right of appeal if you still disagree and you go to federal court. And going to federal court, it's not an easy action to take. It's not obvious. But for someone who's subject to expropriation, it's a very expensive process in terms of lawyers and everything. And it's to avoid that we allow people to be heard in the first case. And if the government wants the project to move quickly, a project that doesn't exist yet, they can appoint commissioners. Because what will happen with the High-Speed Rail Network Act, as written now, is that we'll fill up the federal court for years with cases, as it was the case with the REM Act in Quebec. The federal court will be filled up, and there'll be a scandal because people aren't heard for a long time. So what we're doing here at the Bloc, we're telling people, when you expropriate, you have the right within 30 days to challenge this and to be heard by Commissioner before the Minister makes their decision, so that somebody who's already subject to expropriation, whose land is split in half, this is often land that they've been cultivated for generations and they want to hand over to their children, to not be ruined by having to go before the federal court. This does not slow down the Alto project. Well, it's not the Alto train, it's the federal government's project. So all that would do is to protect people who will be expropriated before the project even exists. And in the interest of saving public funds, the effect will be that federal court will not be full up with requests to be heard. And the segment that's between Ottawa and Laval and Montreal is the first segment, but that train is 1,000 kilometers long, 1,000 kilometers worth of land in federal court, and they're not even able to grant the to manage the old age pensions. And now we're being told there'll be 1,000 kilometers worth of people in federal court, unless the Act, as it's written now, favors mutual understanding, because it's really prejudiced towards people who will be facing expropriation. These people will have to kneel before the government, because Alto is the government, and they'll have to be subjected to prices that are lower than market price. So in the way this act has been drafted, this violates people's rights. It has no consideration for saving public funds, regardless of what the transportation minister says. This act does not allow projects to move forward within good timelines. And I'm inviting my colleagues to support an amendment that goes to the heart of what our role is as MPs, to control the government's action, to not always let the government do everything they want to do, to represent our fellow citizens, our farmers. I have a colleague from Quebec on my right. I know that there are agricultural facilities in his riding. So I know the Conservatives were sensitive to the motion that was presented in the House. So I invite the MPs to do what they were elected to do as MPs, and to adopt this amendment, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garon. Mr. Letao. Madam Chair, I have no sub-amendment, so at least we can start off with that right away. But it would be no surprise for you to hear that we're opposed to both of these amendments, BQ3 and BQ4. What happened at Mirabel in the 60s and 70s is totally unacceptable. There's no doubt about that. The colleague mentioned a more recent example, that of the REM in Montreal, and that didn't cause a huge crowding of the courts. So this project, which seems to have a high social acceptability, we think that slowing down the process would be very expensive. Thank you, Mr. Letao. Mr. Garon? So we're talking about the High-Speed Rail Network Act. The government and the Minister of Transport tells us this is an act that's similar to what was adopted by the National Assembly in the context of the REM, the Metropolitan Electrical Network. But when we have two different problems, it's not always smart to apply the same solution. We taught our students that at university, and I think it's still being taught. It hasn't changed since I left the field. The REM is under 100 kilometers project, and it's a network where the trains can run on curves, and it has all kinds of positive effects. And I know that Mr. Letao was minister at the time, and they thought not a lot of trains, it goes round and it stops everywhere, will adopt an act. And Mr. Letao says, well, we'll take a project that's 1,000 kilometers long, that cannot make turns or curves that are sharp, and that stops nowhere, and we'll use the same law, the same act. It's an argument that makes no sense at all. What happens at the Department of Transport is that they botched the situation. They didn't analyze it properly. They realized that the train cannot make turns, and people were going to want to exercise their rights of negotiation, and they said, we'll take those rights away. And in the context of this act, we'll tell you how things happened. The subsidiary of the government, which is Alto, was sending out a theoretical pathway, and on January 14th, they published a corridor 10 kilometers wide that goes through areas that nobody imagined, and this was on January 14th. They didn't announce it to the mayors, to the municipal councillors, but there were some Liberal MPs in my riding who knew about it, or near my riding. So they announced this on January 14th. Some learned it on the 23rd or 24th. We'll consult you in a few days. We organize these meetings from 5 to 7 p.m., and we're consulting you. So the engineering departments of towns like Sainte-Thérèse, Mirabel, Brownsburg, Chatham, you know that these are people who aren't SNC-Lavalin. They're small teams that work, that have a lot of different things to do. So in the way that the government works, two officials, if two people in those groups just prolong their holidays, then it doesn't work. So when my colleague who's got the Laval riding and tells us we're no longer in 1979, I'll say that in my riding in Mirabel, and we know that they were scarred by the history of expropriation. Well, so the 13 highway, the 15 went through, the Enbridge pipeline went through, electricity pylons, other pipelines for gas. But what happened now, what's happening now, never happened there. People learned their lessons from history. And so it's fine that the former Minister of Finances for Quebec, Mr. Letao, that I respect and who's very kind, and it's fine that he wants to defend his government position so fiercely. But the government's position on this, in this High-Speed Rail Network Act, is lying and misleading. Thank you, Mr. Garon. So we'll continue with our vote on BQ3. Is BQ3 adopted?
OK, on va continuer à une vote, s'il vous plaît.
So we'll proceed to vote.
Fracascados.
No.
Mr. Letao.
Contre.
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Madame Bendayan.
Contre.
Mr. Hallen.
Abstain.
Mr. Kelly.
Abstain.
Madame Cabana.
Abstain.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Abstention.
Monsieur Garon. Yeas pour, 1 nays contre, 4, 4.
OK, l'amendement est rejeté.
The amendment is rejected. We'll continue with BQ4. Mr. Garon? Well, obviously, this the bill is saying we don't want to hear people, we don't give them any rights, go to a federal court, spend all your retirement money and money for renovating the farm, repairing the farm. So that's what the government's doing by refusing that amendment. People will remember that. So what BQ4 does is that it reinstates the limit of 30 days for opposing. So I'll tell you something. When Alto comes and does their supposed consultations that are really 5 to 7 presentations with plasma screens, they say that the Bloc Québécois MPs are lying because the process still exists to challenge this. That's what they've told people in Laval, Saint-Eustache. That's what the Alto people say wherever they go. So the article I want to amend, if BQ4 is not adopted, there's no more 30-day period for the agricultural producers who are listening. We will let you know that if this amendment is not adopted, the 30-day limit for opposing the expropriation will be abolished. And that will reveal everything about the value of Alto's words, from its CEO to the people lower down who come and sell us false information in our ridings. We're saying that the communications by the elected people are worthless if this is abolished. So I invite my colleagues to defend their voters, to make all citizens in the country equals, and to vote for BQ4. Mr. Letao. So very briefly, Chair, I want to say that this train project is a Canadian project with a very high level of support amongst Canadians in Quebec as well as in Ontario. Thank you. Madam Chair, if you'll allow me to correct this, this is related to the amendments. I don't know if the government realizes that we're trying to help them, because when you have a prime minister who's practically never in Canada, and you have people who are not in the field, who want it to move quickly, and we want it to be a weapon of massive construction, as the Alto president says, and they want to build and build. We understand it's an economic stimulation project. Well, that's fine. But if we go towards the, if we go through the backyard of people, if we don't do it in a way that's socially acceptable and respectful, the project will move much more slowly. I've said it. Autoroute 13, Autoroute 50, the Enbridge pipeline that went through our riding, and we didn't get those reactions because people were consulted in an appropriate way. When the Prime Minister says nothing's happening in Canada and the provinces, well, gas pipeline. So they always use the example of Megantic as an example. The government doesn't understand that because the project has approval, because we need to have good transportation projects, we want to be in the 21st century. Well, we have to work as we should in the 21st century. And that's what my colleague, Mr. Letao, does not understand. Thank you. I think we can conclude debate on the topic. I have to advise the committee that given that BQ3 applies to Section 9, the adoption of BQ4 can create a problem with BQ3 because it wasn't adopted.
Mr. Letao.
Contre?
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Madame Ben-Dayan.
Contre.
Mr. Howland.
Oppose.
Mr. Kelly.
Oppose.
Madame Combina.
Oppose.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Contre.
Monsieur Garand.
Pour.
Yeas pour 1, nays contre 8, 8.
OK, merci. L'amendement est rejeté. On va continuer avec bloc 5. Monsieur Garand.
We'll continue with Block 5, BQ5. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm an optimistic person, and I still have some hope. Maybe we can fail to pass an amendment. That's sad, but we can maybe have the next one accepted. which the law will allow people to expropriate, the government to expropriate people by email. So we're in 2026, and people don't any longer communicate by a registered letter or by telegram. So we understand that some people would like to be contacted by email, and we understand that the modes of communication of preliminary notice of expropriation, we understand that these things have to be modernized in the Act, and we're not against it, Madam Chair. But in the way in which it's drafted currently, Alto is allowed to use email by default. And people are wondering if sometimes a fake email comes from their bank. Really, there are all kinds of information about fraudulent emails related to the government, related to RCMP. So people are not always sure about what they receive by email. But here, Alto is allowed to send these communications by email. The chair of Alto has said if someone wants to be contacted by registered mail or something else, it can take a few more days, but we'll do it because we want people to feel comfortable. So what I did is that I drafted an amendment that is consistent with what Mr. Imblo is asking us. We're saying that by default, when there are messages that are so important for somebody's life, it should be via traditional modes, by registered letter. But if someone wishes to be contacted by email, they have the choice to do that. So it changes the default setting, and it provides all kinds of flexibility to the chair of Alto to do what the CEO told us they were going to do. So I couldn't understand that this amendment be not adopted unanimously. The CEO of Alto asked us to do that. Mr. Letao, do you want to intervene? No. So I don't see anyone else who wishes to speak. So is block BQ5 adopted? We'll go to the vote.
Mr. Fracascados?
No.
Mr. Letao?
Contre?
Ms. McDonald?
No.
Madame Bendayan?
Contre.
Mr. Hallen?
Abstain.
Mr. Kelly?
Abstain.
Madame Kubena?
Abstain.
Monsieur Lefebvre?
Abstention.
Mr. Garron?
Pour.
Yeas pour 1-1, nays contre 4-4.
Merci. L'amendement est...
Thank you. The amendment is...
Shall Clause 191 carry? Carried on division.
L'article.
Okay, we will go to a recorded division on Clause 191, please.
Fracascados?
Yes.
Mr. Letao?
Pour?
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Madame Bendayan?
En faveur.
Mr. Hallen?
Oppose. Oppose.
Mr. Kelly?
Oppose.
Madame Kubena?
Oppose.
Monsieur Lefebvre?
Oppose.
Monsieur Garron?
Contre.
Yeas pour 4-4, nays contre 5-5.
Clause 191 is defeated. Shall Clause 192 carry? Okay, we'll go to a recorded division on Clause 192.
Mr. Fracascados?
Yes.
Mr. Letao?
Pour?
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Madame Bendayan?
En faveur.
Mr. Hallen?
Oppose.
Mr. Kelly?
Oppose.
Madame Kubena?
Oppose.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Contre.
Monsieur Garon.
Contre.
4 yeas, 4 pour, nays contre, 5.
Clause 193, no,
You have to call the result.
Madam Chair?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You have to say that. It's up to you
yeah,
to say that it's
yeah, clause 192 defeated.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiscatos?
There seems to be some confusion that I think can be best taken up if we suspend for a few minutes, if that's okay.
Est-ce que quelqu'un peut nous expliquer la nature de la confusion?
Can someone explain the nature of the confusion?
We will suspend for a minute. Halan?
Wanted to seek unanimous consent to go back to clause 191 and 192.
Do we have unanimous? We do not have unanimous consent to return. So we will now continue with clause 193. Shall clause 193 carry? No? Okay, should we do a recorded division on 193? Okay, on division? No, recorded division. Okay, thank you.
193. Mr. Fragascatos?
Yes.
Mr. Leitao?
Pour.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky?
Yes.
Mr. Halan?
Abstain?
Mr. Kelly?
Abstain.
Madame Cabana?
Abstain.
Abstention.
Mr. Garand?
Contre.
Yeas pour, 4, 4. Nays contre, 1.
193 carries. Shall clause 194 carry? On division? Okay, clause 194 carries on division. Shall... No. Okay, we will have a recorded division. Thank you. Okay, we'll have a recorded division.
Mr. Fragascatos?
Yes.
Mr. Leitao?
Pour.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky?
Yes.
Mr. Halan?
Abstain?
Mr. Kelly?
Abstain.
Madame Cabana?
Abstain.
Mr. Lefebvre?
Abstention.
Mr. Garand?
Contre.
Yeas pour, 4, 4. Nays contre, 1.
Clause 194 carries. Moving on to Division 2, the Canada Post Corporation Act. Shall clause 195 carry? Mr. Davies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would once again ask my colleagues for the opportunity to speak briefly to urge committee members to vote against this. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Bill C-15 proposes to repeal provisions of the Canada Post Corporation Act that currently provide reduced rate postage for library materials mailed between libraries or to library users, as well as the postage-free mailing of books and other materials for the use of people who are blind. The measures targeted for repeal were unanimously adopted by Parliament when Bill C-321 passed in 2013, so 13 years ago, and that was introduced by Conservative MP Merv Tweed, and all-party recognition that equitable access to reading is a national priority. Libraries across Canada have been clear. Repealing these measures will have a very negative impact. Libraries across Canada rely on affordable postage rates to operate robust interlibrary loan networks so that a person in a small town or remote community can access the same depth of collection as someone living near a major research library in an urban center. Homebound readers, seniors, people with disabilities, and residents of Indigenous and remote communities and minority language communities often depend upon materials delivered by mail from public and academic libraries. And finally, people who are blind or have low vision rely on the Free Post program to receive accessible formats such as Braille, audio, and large print materials. Eliminating the statutory guarantee would threaten their ability to receive reading materials at all. So I would urge my colleagues to vote against this. I really can't see, other than a pure pecuniary impact, how this could be possibly good policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Seeing no further comments on Clause 195, shall Clause 195 carry? Yes. Carried on division. Moving on to Clause 196, Mr. Fragascatos.
I have an amendment, Madam Chair. I move that Bill C-15 and Clause 196 be amended by adding, after line 30 on page 296, the following. Under exception and rates, 3.1, the corporation must provide for A, the transmission by post, free of postage, of letters, books, tapes, records, and other similar material for the use of the blind, and B, a reduced rate of postage for library materials lent by a library to a borrower, including by means of an interlibrary loan.
Thank you, Mr. Fragascatos. Monsieur Garand.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the government for having tabled this amendment. It's an amendment that's important for us. It's important for remote areas. I grew up in a remote area in the north of Quebec. We had a small municipal library. The largest library that was near us was at many hundreds of kilometers from us in Val d'Or. And so we had a biblio network where we could order a book that we didn't have in our library. And that's an integral part of education, reading. And especially reading for young boys these days. Young boys who read, are able to read. That's one of the best predictors to seeing if these children will have an opportunity to go and study in university. So I'm in favor of this amendment. I had questioned the finance minister, but I had realized that the government had no idea that this was done, that the government was by not asking Canada Post to put its tariff rates to the ministers and protecting people who were visually impaired. So Braille books are not available. And the government had no idea about what they were doing. And when I asked the minister the question, he was surprised. And I'll be paraphrasing. He said, "I can't believe that we haven't already included an exception for this because it just didn't make sense, Madam Chair." And then we were just dealing with the high-speed rail network, and it's the same logic. This botched work gives this as a result. Trying to do things too quickly has this kind of result. When I was young, you had to go look for things in the basement, so we'd bring that up to the floor. Sometimes I'd carry too many things. I wanted to move too quickly, and I dropped things everywhere, and my parents told me, you did it in a lazy way. So this was a budget that was tabled in the fall rather than in spring. And it's also full of mistakes, and I can repeat this. When the minister didn't know 3 weeks or a month before if he was going to table a budget or not, and when it's communications that's undertaken rather than working on the budget, that leads to errors like this one. And we did flag this one because libraries realized that this was happening. And are there other errors in the budget? Some unfair items, and the room here is full of officials, and I want to thank them. I want to thank them for being here and to tell them wholeheartedly that they're doing an exceptional job and that they're very, very competent. But nobody can do the impossible. So if we'd had a normal budget in the spring, we would have given those competent people the time to work, to carry out consultations and see people, and we wouldn't be faced with such a situation. So in that context, I do want to acknowledge the fact that the government listened to people, listened to the Bloc Québécois. We're the ones who asked the minister these questions. And if people are still wondering what is the usefulness of the Bloc Québécois, well, if it's when people in remote areas will order a book, and when young boys in remote regions of Quebec will order a book, they'll remember that the Bloc Québécois has this role to play. Thank you, Mr. Garon. I don't see anyone else who wishes to speak about this matter. So, is G3 adopted? Carried. Perfect. Congratulations.
6 carry. Carried? Okay. Clause 196 carries. Clause 197. Monsieur Garon, est-ce que vous proposez votre amendement?
En fait, c'est dans la même veine.
Yes, this is in the same vein. We want to eliminate the part of the act that was taking out, going to take out these articles carried by Post Canada. So it's completely consistent with G3. So if Block 6 is adopted, it might create an inconsistency in the bill.
C'était possible, avant qu'on l'adopte,
So would it be possible, before we speak on that, maybe there's an official or a clerk who can tell me, if I could just be reassured that I have a right to guarantee that everything that BQ6 does, we don't want to vote for nothing. Can anyone from Canada Post or from... yes, we'll let you... give you some time to settle down and with your names, please, your name cards.
OK. OK, d'accord. Madame Clau et Monsieur Gurevich. Monsieur Garand, est-ce qu'il y a une...
Mr. Garand, is there a specific question you want to ask? Well, according to what I've understood, is there might be an issue in terms of consistency, but the adoption of G3 does not make BQ6 invalid, because sometimes BQ6 can maybe complement this, because G3 will not eliminate that part of the Act that takes out the documents and library documents, etc. And I think that's usually done at the report stage, that we could just adopt BQ6 and then the government deals with the inconsistency problem. Could the officials comment on this?
I think the position of officials would be that the government amendment is actually stronger. It codifies the protection for blind and library materials in the law, and the regulatory provisions would no longer essentially be required. The regulatory provisions would, in a sense, create additional red tape and less flexibilities around additional library materials that could be sent at reduced rates of postage, for example. And then similarly for the material for the blind, given the new legislative requirement to maintain the rates, there would be no reason to maintain the regulatory making provision power that currently exists.
Merci. Are there any further questions?
Je sais pas, je suis pas convaincu.
I don't know. I'm not convinced by the idea that we're saying we're withdrawing library documents. We take it. So we are coming back with protected rates, but I don't agree with the red tape definition. The goal of the Act is to ensure that for some categories of pieces, there's still some supervision by the executive level of the government. We understand that Canada Post is, in a certain aspect, a private organization. We want it to be more independent, but it is furnishing a public good, which will not necessarily become profitable in a financial way. So I'm not sure we want to let Canada Post make this definition, given that its mandate will be reviewed. So I'm suggesting we adopt BQ6, and when we have to do the concordance, we will bow to the government's will. I think that we can work at concordance in the vote in the House, and I think that's how it could be done. Are there other questions for the officials? Thank you. Is BQ6 adopted? It is rejected.
Est-ce que vous voulez un vote là-dessus? Les conservateurs étaient contre. Ouais.
Okay, c'est bon.
Okay.
The Conservatives were against it. Okay, fine.
It was identical to BQ6, so we won't be able to introduce that. On va continuer. No. So that one. Okay. On ne peut pas proposer BQ7.
We can't propose BQ7 because BQ6 was rejected.
Carried. Pardon?
J'imagine qu'il peut pas être
On n'est pas
proposé.
là toujours.
C'est
Ouais. Ça vient. Ouais. Alors, returning to clause 197, so shall clause 197 carry?
Ouais.
Oh, on division, carried on division. Clause 198. Maintenant, Monsieur Garon, vous pouvez.
And now, Mr. Garant, you can introduce BQ8. Well, essentially, it's the same. It's still with the libraries. The government wanted to remove the 5-year review for rates. So in the current law, 5 years after the enactment of the law, the government examines the definition of what a library document is. So it's related to the definitions again. So we just wanted to remove the review, the statutory rate review. Any comments? So is BQ8 carried? No.
No? No? Oh, sorry. Apologies. No, it's rejected. Sorry, I was waiting for you guys. At clause 198, so.
What's the question?
No, BQ8. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay. Does BQ8 carry? No. No. Okay. Defeated. Thank you. Apologies, guys. Shall clause 198 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 199 carry?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davies?
Just, I think this is understood, but I didn't hear you say it. NDP Amendment 2, was that also made redundant by the adoption? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it was identical to
Got it.
BQ8.
Thank you.
So sorry, just going back then to clause 199. Does clause 199 carry?
Yes.
Carried on division. Okay, division 3, Build Canada Home. Shall clause 200 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 201 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 202 carry? Carried on division. Moving now to Division 5, the Red Tape Reduction Act, and clause 203. Ms. May?
Chair, and as I briefly mentioned to you on a break, as a member of Parliament on behalf of the Green Party of Canada here in this place, I've been subjected to special rules since Stephen Harper developed a special motion out of PMO. Every PMO since then has insisted on telling every committee to pass said motion at the beginning of every session after every election. So first, Mr. Harper created it, then Mr. Trudeau asked every committee to just pass it automatically without thinking about it or debating it, and certainly without speaking to the members of Parliament to whom it has an immediate impact. The same thing has happened now under the current Prime Minister after the April election. So I need to put on the record that, again, what the committee passed after the election, every committee asked to pass an identical motion, makes a mockery of the notion that the committee is the master of its own process. Therefore, when I complain to the Speaker that my rights are infringed, and I make a point of privilege on that point, the Speaker always says, well, the committee is the master of its own process. The Speaker has no role over protecting my rights. If this committee had not passed the motion under which we are now operating, by which my amendments here today are deemed moved, over which I have no power or control to speak other than briefly to each amendment, I'm not allowed to vote on my amendments. I'm not allowed to withdraw my amendments. This process, if it had not been carried by a motion by this committee, would have left me with rights at report stage in the full chamber, able to put forward amendments, substantive amendments at report stage at the whole chamber. As it is, this is prejudicial to the rights of smaller parties, MPs for smaller parties. It means I can't be in the House right now debating Bill C-20 because I must be here for the brief opportunity to speak to my amendments. I'll do so now. I appreciate being able to put on the record that my protest remains in place, that this procedure by every committee needs to be examined, and I don't imagine any of my friends around the table knew that in passing this motion, you are reducing the reduced rights I already have. Now, to the amendment, which is critical. Bill C-15, with amendments to the Red Tape Reduction Act, has achieved and attracted much public attention. They're fundamentally offensive to democracy across Canada, to the laws that are already carried. We have in the Red Tape Reduction Act amendments found under Division 5 in this over 600-page omnibus budget bill, something that is extraordinary. It's never been introduced in any bill in this Parliament before. It's similar to changes made in Bill C-5, the Build Canada Act, in that it presumes that a government can decide in passing a law to break other laws that are already in place. In C-5, it was Cabinet as a whole, Governor and Council, could decide a project was a quote-unquote project of national significance. I won't go back into C-5. But C-15, in this section under Division 5, proposes to say that an individual cabinet member can decide on their personal discretion without mandatory statutory guidelines or criteria that it is in the public interest that an entity defined as a person or persons or association or corporation may be exempted from any law within their general sphere of jurisdiction as a minister if they decide it's in the public interest and the benefits outweigh the risks. We were told, this committee was told by representation witnesses from Treasury Board that these so-called regulatory sandboxes are entirely normal. They're routine, pat us on the head and tell us nothing to worry about here. So I've had a very interesting adventure learning about regulatory sandboxes because they're hardly routine. They're not typical in Canadian law. They go back to decisions made under the United Kingdom Financial Conduct Authority back in 2017. They go back to the Monetary Authority of Singapore, 2016. What they're about is creating innovation opportunities for financial products, for things in the financial sector. And yet this application, as it's being put forward in Bill C-15, is far broader than innovations in financial services or financial products. Is, as we read the entities that are and the scope of activities and the allowance to pursue innovation in the discretion of a single minister, are far broader than what's found in other countries. So in an attempt to respect what the government is trying to do here, bring forward the first of the two of the amendments to this section, Partie Vert 1. This is an attempt simply to ensure that in the opening statements of what the mandate is, why we're doing this, what it's all about, is to confine the application of these regulatory sandboxes to quote-unquote genuine innovation within the financial sector while protecting public interest. This adheres to what we were told is routine in other countries. A regulatory sandbox as a concept is not intended to say that you can remove, as Mike Harris did in Ontario in his common sense revolution going after red tape, reducing the protections for public water supplies that led to the deaths in Walkerton. It can't be that broad. It should be restricted to its historic, traditional use of the term regulatory sandbox to financial innovations within the financial sector. So that's Partie Vert 1. I hope, please, in the interest of Canadians from coast to coast who are watching this and hoping that this can't really be about to happen in an omnibus budget bill, please, to all friends around the table, regardless of party, this is a respectful amendment to respect what the government is trying to do, but to restrict the scope of its application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Mr. Davies, did you want to comment on this? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was going to speak to this, but I'll just do it once in response to Ms. May's amendment, with which I heartily agree. You know, in our system of government, Parliament is supreme. That is a foundation of our constitutional system. And it's also Parliament's responsibility to scrutinize spending and scrutinize the activities of the executive branch of government. So in my view, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say Bill C-15 contains a serious threat to Canada's democratic foundations. As Ms. May just pointed out, Part 5, Division 5, Clauses 203 to 209 would give federal ministers sweeping what are colloquially now known as Henry VIII powers to exempt any individual, corporation, partnership, association, or organization from the application of any federal law or regulation, with the exception of the Criminal Code. This means things like labor standards, health and safety rules, environmental protections, Indigenous rights, privacy laws, and many more could be set aside at a minister's discretion. In our view, these powers undermine the separation of powers by allowing the executive to override laws adopted by Parliament without transparency or accountability. Now, legal experts have been clear this is not regulatory sandboxing, as Ms. May has just eloquently pointed out. It is a dramatic departure from the narrow, transparent sandbox models used elsewhere in Canadian and international law. The bill introduces vague justifications like, quote, competitiveness and, quote, economic growth, terms that are so broad that they could be used to suspend almost any law or regulation. These provisions, in the New Democrats' view, do not streamline regulation. They erode the rule of law, and they create a two-tier system where laws passed by Parliament can be suspended for political convenience, even if they might be otherwise meritorious. Finally, the government, in our view, has failed to justify really why it needs these powers. If the current government truly believes that these extraordinary powers are necessary, they should introduce a standalone legislation that can be studied in depth and debated thoroughly to make sure that the regulatory sandbox provisions are carefully crafted in public by parliamentarians, not buried in a 600-page omnibus budget bill, or perhaps negotiated in backrooms, which may be the case right now. So to conclude, Madam Chair, to protect democratic governance, the rule of law, the constitutional order, and parliamentary supremacy, in our respectful submission, Part 5, Division 5, must be removed from Bill C-15. Thank you for your time, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Any further comment on this? Ms. May?
I certainly agree with my colleague John Davies that Part 5, Division 5 should not have been in here. But again, to my friends on the Liberal benches, what I've tried to do here is, rather than delete the whole section, say if you're going to introduce the concept of a regulatory sandbox in furtherance of innovation, bracket it by talking about genuine innovation in financial services and not make it so broad that it could affect health and safety. And again, when a minister is making this decision in the absence of any consultation or any public process, how are they to weigh the benefits versus the risks? The benefits will only accrue to the applicant who's asking to be exempted from a law. The risks will be widely felt by Canadians, maybe from coast to coast, by Indigenous communities, by an environment that can't speak up for itself. This is a significant overreach. And I beg my colleagues to please accept my amendments, which are put forward as something of a compromise.
Okay, thank you. Shall PV1 carry? No. Shame on you. Okay, so PV1 is defeated. Shall Clause 203 carry? No. Carried on division. You'd like a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote for Clause 203, please.
For what now?
Mr. Fagascatos.
Yes. This is what?
Voted on Clause 203.
Oh, of course, yes, okay.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Leitao.
Pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Yes.
Mr. Holland.
Abstain.
Mr. Kelly.
Abstain.
Madame Tobena.
Abstain.
Mr. Abu Taïb.
Against.
Mr. Garand.
Contre.
That's yeas pour 4, 4, nays contre 2, 2.
Clause 203 carries. Shall Clause 204 carry? Carried on division? Okay, 204 carries on division. Shall Clause 205 carry? Clause 205 carries on division. Shall Clause 206 carry? Clause 206 carries on division. Shall Clause 207 carry? Clause 207 carries on division. Clause 208, Ms. May.
Again, to the points that Don Davies made, this is one of the reasons that on principle, omnibus budget bills of over 600 pages that are improperly studied are offensive on their face. But this relates to changes that are being proposed to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, an act that was initially brought in at first reading by former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's administration, carried and brought forward under the government of Jean Chrétien. It has existed as Canadian law for a number of years, and the equivalency provisions were brought in to further ensure that there was agreement and coordination between provinces and the federal government. So under this, what has happened is the amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act in this omnibus budget bill are significant, have raised concerns from environmental law groups across the country, because the equivalency provisions are essentially extended without review under the version of the act brought forward at first reading. So what partie vers toi, je fais l'effort pour l'accord prend fin.
So I wanted to ask for a preliminary notice 3 months after and before 7 years. It's
Principle of what was in the Canadian Environment Protection Act before Bill C-15, which had not included in the budget itself, which I voted for, the notion that this was going to be included in an implementation act. This is new, it's offensive, and this amendment is an attempt to pull back enough to respect the principles of the act, while also at the same time allowing a lessening of the strictures of the equivalency agreements.
If PV2 is adopted, CPC 3 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Shall Partie Vert 2 carry? So,
Maintenant, Partie Vert 2?
Yeah.
I spoke to the wrong amendment. I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. Partie Vert 2, c'est seulement le
Okay.
même principe.
Okay, but Ms. May, we've already moved the motion, so we'll have to move on. Yeah, sorry about that. So just going back, shall Partie Vert 2 carry? No. Okay, defeated. There's a conservative amendment being proposed. Yeah, Ms. Kobina? Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, in the interest of time, I will be speaking to CPC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that okay with you? And just making some, to save time, just to make some remarks on the changes.
Sure, if you can speak to them all now, but we'll still have to vote on them
Individually, yeah, but
yeah.
just in terms of my
Yeah.
remarks.
And they all need to be moved individually each time, right? So you can have your opening remarks if you like, but you still have to move them.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I am pleased to put forward amendments to Part 5, Division 5, Part 2 of this bill. As you all know, as currently written, this provision grants individual cabinet ministers the extraordinary power to exempt hand-picked individuals or entities from any federal law with the exception of the criminal code. This is an immense concentration of power, and what is clear is that this concern has been widespread and consistent, and I judge that by the number of petitions, emails, and letters, calls, and messages that I have received. The amendments that I am moving today seek to strike a balance between innovation, accountability, and democratic safeguards. It preserves the ability to create regulatory sandboxes that will support innovation in the clean tech sector and fintech sector. Specifically, the amendments introduce 7 key protections. First, a mandatory 30-day prior to mandatory 30-day consultation prior to making the exemption. Second, equal rules that apply to all participants within the sector, not only the handpicked companies. Third, dual approval by both a cabinet minister and the president of the Treasury Board. Fourth, mandatory public consultation of voters within 30 days. Fifth, a full report to Parliament within 90 days explaining the rationale and assessing whether permanent legislative changes are warranted. Sixth, a requirement that ministers appear before committee when requested to explain the sandbox. And seventh, clear limits on what can never be exempted, including foundational statutes such as the Conflict of Interest Act, Access to Information Act, the Auditor General Act, and other core accountability, safety, and national interest laws. While I would have preferred that this provision be removed from the Budget Implementation Act entirely, given the importance of this provision, I believe that these amendments present a balanced and responsible path forward. It meets the urgency of this moment while preserving the accountability, transparency, and democratic standards Canadians expect. And I trust that my colleagues here today can see that these amendments are being presented in good faith, that they are thoughtful, they're substantive changes that strengthen this bill. And they offer us an opportunity to show Canadians, the Canadians that we serve, that we can work together responsibly and constructively in the best interest of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur L'État?
Bonjour, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The purpose of the clauses was to encourage innovation. The government has heard opposition concerns regarding Clause 208 as currently drafted, and we are willing to support the guardrails suggested by these CPC amendments.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further comments on this? No? Okay, seeing none. Shall CPC 1 carry? Okay, carried. CPC 2. We have to introduce it. You can't, yeah. Yeah. Is someone going to introduce CPC 2? Thank you.
CPC 2 amends Clause 208 to add Section 12.1 to the Red Tape Reduction Act.
Okay, shall CPC 2 carry?
Yes.
Okay, CPC 2 carried. CPC 3. You have to introduce it.
Amends Clause 208 to amend subsection 12(3)(b) of the Red Tape Reduction Act.
Okay, shall CPC 2 carry? 3, sorry. Yeah, okay, CPC 3 carried. CPC 4.
208 to amend Section 14(1) of the Red Tape Reduction Act.
Shall CPC 4 carry?
Yep.
Okay, CPC 4 carried. CPC 5.
Clause 208 to add Sections 14.1 and 14.2 to the Red Tape Reduction Act.
Shall CPC 5 carry?
Yep.
Okay. To keep going, okay. Shall Clause 208 carry?
Yes.
Clause 208 carried on division. Shall Clause 209 carry? Clause 209 carried on division. Okay. We are now moving on to Division 6, Public Service Superannuation Act, Operational Service. There are no amendments submitted between Articles 210 to 216. Do we have UC to group those clauses? Thank you. Okay, so shall clauses 210 to 216 carry? 210 to 216 carried on division. Moving on to Division 7, the Public Service Superannuation Act Workforce Reduction, Clause 217. Mr. Davies, are you introducing the motion? The amendment?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll withdraw that amendment.
Need to withdraw? Okay. Do we Okay, it's deemed moved. So do we have UC for the NDP to withdraw this amendment? Okay, thank you. Shall clause 217 carry? Carried on division. Clause 218. Mr. Davies, are you introducing?
I will seek UC to withdraw that amendment as well.
Do we have UC? Yes? Okay, great. So shall clause 218 carry? Carried on division. Clause 219, Mr. Davies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would seek UC to withdraw that amendment as well.
Do we have unanimous consent to withdraw NDP 4? Yeah, okay, thank you. Shall clause... That was NDP 5, okay. NDP 5 was withdrawn. Shall clause 219 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 220 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 221 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 222 carry? Carried. Moving on to Division 8, the Farm Credit Canada Act. Shall clause 223 carry? Carried on division. Division 9, consumer-driven banking. Clause 224. Monsieur Garon, vous avez un amendement?
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Chair. For BQ9, we want to add a paragraph to say that clause 224 on bank services does not render ineffective any federal or provincial legislative or regulatory provision requiring a participating entity that provides data to obtain a consumer's express consent. The Quebec National Assembly reviewed all of its law on privacy, Act 25, which also applies to provincial financial institutions and also intermediate institutions. Sometimes in fintech we have a online intermediate body. So it's just to make sure that the Quebec requirements are respected. And also Act 25 is a model to be followed. We had been working on C27 in the last session, and there was the portion on artificial intelligence, which was the part that was more consensual and quite consistent and repeated. We wanted to make sure that it was in conformity with Quebec's Act 25. So I am led to believe that this amendment is also important for the to the Quebec government in this context. So it's just respecting jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Garon. Mr. Letao? Madam Chair, we agree with the BQ amendment.
No? Okay. So BQ 9, est-il adopté? Whoa, okay.
Is BQ 9 adopted? Adopted. Perfect. BQ 10, Mr. Garon. So it's related to this. It's a good thing that we have a modern regime for open data, open banking, and I would even say that it's a time we move to that in Canada. We can't always be behind everything. But when we looked at the regulation of banks and in modern finances, there are some details we have to take into account. When there is an intermediate through which you go through in order to do business with your bank, to go look at products that are regulated by the Canadian Banking Act, often this is related to consumer protection legislation, which is provincial in nature. So that's the spirit of both of these amendments, BQ 10 and BQ 11, so that we take out technological businesses that aren't federal. They're not banks. And so in some way, there's a facilitation of the implementation of the framework by doing that. So without these amendments, and they're very important for the Quebec government in terms of the content and the form, it's clear that we'll have challenges that may go up to the Supreme Court in terms of jurisdiction, and that won't help the development of the open data and open banking framework. So this clarifies that, and this will protect financial institutions that are provincial in nature. I'll give you an example. ATB Financial, our Alberta friends will be happy to hear this. This is a financial institution, but it's a branch of the Alberta government. In the current version of the law, the Canadian government will be regulating a branch of the Alberta government. So that needs to be made clear, and it will allow for a more orderly deployment of the new framework. Thank you, Mr. Garon. Mr. Letal? Madam Chair, unfortunately, we can't support this amendment. We believe that it might add confusion. Again, so we disagree. So I want to give this message to my Conservative colleagues. In the basis of the, if you defeat this, we accept that in a modern world there are entities that aren't banks, that are not federal, that they simply be regulated by the federal government, and that the provincial governments become branches of Ottawa in terms of the implementation of federal regulations. And so Ottawa will be regulating a branch of the Alberta government. So really we have to specify where we are in this modern world in terms of the jurisdictions of the federal government and the provinces. And there's residual power. The Constitution has been drafted so that in a general way, everything that was not thought about 150 years ago, all that is modern belongs by default to the federal government. And in this case, it's not the case. Thank you. Is Block 10 adopted? Let's have a vote on BQ 10.
Mr. Fagascatos.
No.
Mr. Leitao.
Contre.
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Mrs. Swatsky.
No.
Mr. Hallen.
Abstain.
Mr. Kelly.
Abstain.
Madame Cabana.
Abstain.
Monsieur Abou-Taïf.
Abstain.
Monsieur Garon. Yeas pour 1-1, nays contre 4-4.
Merci. L'amendement bloc.
Thank you. BQ 10 has been rejected. Mr. Garon, BQ 11. Both amendments are complementary. Thank you, Mr. Garon. So, Bill C5 would be related to the applicability of several bills under the reservation that there is a transfer to a specific entity in the use of the procedure and the House of Commons 4th edition, .74, it is written that an amendment to a bill that's sent back to a committee after second reading is cannot be received. And there's, because of the transitory division, the chair thinks that new conditions have, this goes beyond the bill. I'd like a vote to reverse your decision.
Sustain the decision, nay to overturn.
Yes.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Yes.
Mr. Leitao.
Oui.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mrs. Swatsky.
Yes.
Mr. Howland.
Abstain. We're on the abstain. We're on the challenge.
Mr. Kelly.
Abstain.
Madame Cabana.
Abstain.
Mr. Abou-Taïf.
Abstain.
Mr. Garon.
No.
Yeas pour 4-4, nays contre 1-1.
My decision is upheld. Okay. Shall clause 224 carry?
Yes.
224 carried on division. Okay, we will have a recorded division on clause 224, please.
Mr. Fracascatos.
This is on clause
224.
yes.
Mr. Leteo.
Pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Yes.
Mr. Hallen.
Abstain.
Mr. Kelly.
Abstain.
Madame Kubena.
Abstain.
Monsieur Abdul-Taïb.
Abstain.
Mr. Garon.
Contre.
Yeas pour 4, 4 nays contre 1, 1.
Clause 224 carries. There are no amendments proposed from clauses 225 to 230. Do we have UC to group these for a single vote? Yep, okay, thank you. Okay. Shall clauses 225 to 330 carry? Carried on division. Moving on to clause 331, block 12. Monsieur Garon, vous allez présenter votre amendement?
Oui, merci.
You'll present your amendment. Yes, thank you. It's the part on the Banking Act. Funds deposited by check. I think you know this is one of your great passions, that when a check is deposited in Canada, the bank can freeze our check, and the amount, there is an amount beneath which the bank cannot freeze a check, and that takes into consideration the fact that it can happen that somebody deposits a check and it's urgent and they need funds, but you have to also limit the risk of fraud for a bank, so we can't force banks to accept a $100,000 check and allow the person to take it out. Currently, the amount is $100. Somebody who deposits a check for $100 or less can take the money out immediately. It's not indexed in the law. The legislator has to put this up to date. We're proposing that it goes up to $250, and I'll tell you why. $250 is the cost of a grocery run for a small family. And we think that it's good to try and improve the cost of living and send checks, benefits checks. But if we want to be consistent, we have to make sure that people can withdraw the money from the check immediately. And the risk for the banks is very low. We're talking about an amount that hasn't been indexed for quite a while. So I invite my colleagues to adopt this measure, which is good for households, families, people are having difficulty with meeting the requirements of the budget and don't have time to wait for the bank to free the funds. Sometimes it's up to 10 working days, 2 weeks, and we know that the banking system can verify that money overnight in 99.9% of cases. So the funds are frozen because we have a banking system that's really a monopoly. 5 major banks are the major players in the market, and we think that it's a regulation that makes good sense. Mr. Letao. Everything was fine until the very end, so we don't believe that the Canadian banking system is a monopoly, but we agree with the Bloc Québécois amendment. Mr. Garon, I'd like Mr. Letao to make a difference between his opinion and the facts. So is Bloc Amendment 12 adopted? It's carried.
Deposited by check. Shall clause 331 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 332 carry? Carried on division. Now with Division 16, the Bank Act Consumer Targeted Fraud, shall clause 333 carry? Carried on division. Clause 334. Mr. Davies, would you like to move the NDP 6?
Madam Chair, I would. Our amendment would add a new section to the Bank Act that would require the Commissioner of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada to conduct regular unscheduled audits of bank policies and procedures to detect and prevent consumer-targeted fraud. If the Commissioner finds that the institution's policies and procedures are ineffective, and the Commissioner should or shall impose the prescribed penalty on the institution. Madam Chair, this comes from a recommendation in a written submission to this committee from Democracy Watch, which noted the following. It is not enough to just require the banks to have policies and procedures in place. The Bank Act was changed in 2018 to add 2 provisions requiring banks to have policies, procedures, and training to ensure the financial interests of their customers are protected. But the FCAC was not required in those provisions to audit the banks to ensure they comply with those provisions. And as a result, the FCAC has done nothing to ensure they actually comply. The new anti-bank account fraud measures will also have little effect unless FCAC is required to conduct regular, unannounced audits and to prosecute and penalize violations. So I would move this as a effective way, Madam Chair, to strengthen anti-fraud provisions and hold financial institutions accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Any comments? No? Okay. Shall NDP 6 carry? No? Okay. NDP 6 is defeated. Mr. Davies, would you like to introduce NDP 7?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would require banks to compile, without identifying the victim, each consumer-targeted fraud transaction detected or brought to its attention in the previous quarter, and to compile the quarterly data into an annual statistical report published in their annual report to shareholders. This again emanates from a written submission from Democracy Watch, which noted that currently proposed new sections 627.134 and 627.135 will keep each bank's account fraud record secret. That denies customers key information they need to know and have a right to know when choosing which bank they want to use for their accounts. I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Shall NDP 7 carry? No. Okay. NDP 7 is defeated. Mr. Davies, would you like to introduce NDP 8?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would require the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada Commissioner to make their annual fraud report available to the public at the same time it is provided to the Minister. As currently drafted, the Commissioner is only required to provide the report to the Minister. Again, this is, I think, a sensible recommendation from Democracy Watch and would help ensure public awareness of consumer and bank fraud. Thank you.
Shall NDP 8 carry? Okay, NDP 8 is defeated. Mr. Davies, NDP 9?
I think, Madam Chair, this may be academic. Oh, no, it isn't. I will move it. This amendment would require the FCAC Commissioner to include in their annual fraud report detailed statistics regarding each institution's record of consumer-targeted fraud, the measures taken by the Commissioner to hold accountable any institution that has failed to detect or prevent consumer-targeted fraud, and finally, the measures taken by the Commissioner to require each institution to strengthen its policies and procedures to detect and prevent consumer-targeted fraud. Again, a submission from Democracy Watch, and I would just point out at this point, Madam Chair, that consumer-targeted fraud is growing. It's increasingly digitalized, and it targets very vulnerable populations, including seniors, people who don't speak English as a first language, etc. And so I think if this Parliament can strengthen those measures to help do what we can to help reduce or prevent consumer-related fraud, I think we should do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Shall NDP 9 carry? Defeated? Yeah, thank you. NDP 9 is defeated. Monsieur Garon, BQ 13, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment wants to modernize the way in which the Federal Act treats the rights of people who are victims of fraud. And you'll be happy to know that the Prime Minister must certainly agree. He was governor of the Bank of England. He likes the monarchy. He likes the UK. To know that this is a copy of what is happening in the UK and that it works. Madam Chair, we know that there's an epidemic of bank fraud. We can see it in the number of cases. Mr. Davis said it. These are things that affect people who are the most vulnerable. And there are always some gray zones. Sometimes somebody can be a bit negligent. Sometimes it's the bank's fault. Sometimes the fault is shared. Sometimes there are other players. But the current act does not acknowledge any gray zones. It's always the consumer who's presumed to be responsible. And I'll give you the case of Lisanne Bourdon in my writing. It's not confidential because it was dealt with in the media, where this woman who's an entrepreneur, who works very hard, a small entrepreneur, who had more money withdrawn from her account than she had in her account, without it being even authorized by rules. And the bank dragged her in the mud as long as they could, because and that person was left with no rights. Currently, the consumer is responsible for everything in terms of law. So we do what the UK did, and we say the bank is responsible unless there was serious negligence. So the bank is responsible, and if the bank is defrauded, the bank must pay the consumer the appropriate amount. When we're not in a situation is not considered a serious negligence. There was something also done in Singapore, is the banks continue to invest in a major way to prevent fraud, and almost 80% of fraud was eliminated in the UK by making sure that those that can protect have the means to protect the institution, so the banks themselves are the ones protecting it. So I think that's positive for everyone. I know that bankers are sensitive to this. I know there's currently a campaign, the Association of Canadian Bankers, with the RCMP and several other institutional players, the Minister of Finance, that are conducting a campaign of fraud information. Many institutions are doing that. I'm sorry, I'm so enthusiastic that I'm coughing. It's not my cakes, the cake's fault. There's never a bank that will say that in the end, if somebody has confidence or trusts the banking system and leaves their money in the bank, well, if your money is stolen from the bank, that you have responsibility. The bankers always say it's other people's fault. And what we're saying is that they have to share the burden if we want the act to be modernized. So I'm hoping that a government for the people will support our amendment, which is excellent, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garon. So for the committee's information, BQ 13 and NDP 10 are introducing similar concepts. If BQ 13 is adopted, the adoption of NDP 10 might cause inconsistencies. Colleagues, it's 1:45. I'm proposing that we suspend the committee at the moment because everyone has to go to question period, and then when we come back. If there's no debate, I'm suggesting that we have a vote on it, but it would take unanimous agreement. So we could have a vote on BQ 13.
You don't want to go to QP? Okay, and there's votes after QP. Yeah, so I think we probably want to be there. BQ 13 est-il adopté?
Is BQ 13 adopted? It's been rejected. We will have a vote on this.
Mr. Fracascados?
No.
Mr. Leitao?
Contre?
Mr. McDonald?
No.
Mrs. Sawatsky?
No.
Mr. Hallen?
No.
Mr. Kelly?
No.
Madam Cabana?
Oppose.
Mr. Abu Chaib?
No, haven't changed my mind.
Ms. Garon? Yeas pour, 1 nays contre 8, 8.
OK, merci. BQ 13 est rejeté et collègues vont suspendre.
BQ 13 is rejected. We'll suspend the meeting and come back after the votes.
Thank you. We are going to continue now with NDP 10. Mr. Davies, would you like to introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would. This amendment would add a new section to the Bank Act to require banks to reimburse customers who fall victim to consumer-targeted fraud unless they themselves have been grossly negligent in relation to the fraud. This provision was recommended in a written submission from Option Consommateur. It is modeled on a similar measure already in place in other jurisdictions, such as the UK and Quebec. Let me just... in their written submission, Option Consommateur noted that, quote, "We believe that an approach that holds banks more accountable will not only allow thousands of Canadians who are victims of fraud to actually be able to recover their money, but it will also decrease the occurrence of such fraud. By placing greater responsibility on banks, the legislative framework will incentivize these businesses to deploy the appropriate measures to prevent their losses." The example of the United Kingdom is a clear illustration of this. According to the Payment Systems Regulator, following the entry into force of the new Consumer Protection Framework, the number of claims for APP-type fraud decreased by approximately 15% between October 2024 and June 2025 compared to the same period in 2023 and 2024. So I think we can help victims of fraud and also incentivize better practices in the banking sector by adopting this amendment. And I would ask my colleagues to do so. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Shall NDP 10 carry? No? Okay. NDP 10 is rejected. Just a quick reminder, folks, before we go on to, if you're online, to please be on mute, and if you're in the room, to make sure that your phones are on silent. Thank you. So moving on, shall clause 334 carry? Okay, carried on division. Okay, colleagues, we are now on to new clause 334.1, NDP 11. Mr. Davies, would you like to present your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment makes determinations made by the Ombudsman for banking services and investments binding. This is a recommendation in the written submission from Democracy Watch. OBSI is the body corporate designed under Section 627.48 of the Bank Act as an external complaints body with respect to disputes between banking services and investment firms and their customers. In the 2021 Liberal platform in the campaign, they committed to this, quote, "establish a single, independent ombudsperson for handling consumer complaints involving banks with the power to impose binding arbitration." So I think this is consistent with policy that the government has campaigned on, and it will also, I think, strengthen protection for consumers of the banking system in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Bill C-15 amends the Bank Act to introduce new measures in respect of consumer-targeted fraud. The amendment seeks to create a new clause whereby determinations made by external complaint bodies are binding on member institutions. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice 4th edition states in section 16.74, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. It is my opinion that this new clause creates a new requirement for the external complaints body, which is a new concept that is beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. So moving on to Clause 335. Mr. Davies, would you like to introduce NDP 12?
Madam Chair, I think given that we did not pass NDP 6, I think this one is probably moot, and I would withdraw it. You can't withdraw it. Oh, that's right, as Ms. Mays pointed out. I would ask for unanimous consent to withdraw, but I don't think it makes sense.
Does Mr. Davies have UC to withdraw this amendment? Yeah, okay, thank you. With amendment NDP 12 withdrawn. Shall Clause 335 carry? Carried on division. There are no amendments submitted between Articles 336 and 380. Is it the unanimous consent of the committee to do this in one single vote? Yeah, okay. Shall clauses 336 to 380 carry? Carried on division.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Davies?
I thought I was going to comment on clauses 373 to 375, if I might. I think you included that in the batch voting, but I had
yeah, we did. We just carried them. In this case, because we've already voted on them, I would have to ask for UC for you to be able to comment on them. Is there UC in the committee to hear Mr. Davies? Yes? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chair. Chair and colleagues, this has to do with the veterans-related measures. Many of you probably have received some letters from veterans or may be familiar. Clauses 373 to 375 of Bill C-15 would retroactively redefine province to exclude the territories in the veterans' healthcare regulations as it relates to accommodations and meals payment by some veterans in long-term care. In so doing, Veteran Affairs Canada would effectively legitimize its past overcharges to veterans and nullify ongoing litigation aimed at securing reimbursement for affected veterans. Canada's Veterans Ombudsperson, Colonel Retired Nishika Jardine, has written to the Minister of Veterans Affairs asking that these provisions be removed from the bill and noting this: using retroactive legislation to correct administrative errors is both inappropriate and unfair and undermines confidence in government decision-making, sets a troubling precedent, and denies justice to those who served our country. Normally, retroactive provisions are limited to changes in legislation or regulations only back to the date of a formal government announcement of such intended change. For example, a change in tax rules announced in a budget and made retroactive in a Budget Implementation Act to the date of the budget announcement. In this case, however, retroactivity of almost 30 years is extraordinary. The amendments proposed in Bill C-15 should be prospective only. Ultimately, it is clear to the veterans community that Bill C-15, sections 373 to 375, are meant solely to correct an error made by the department and to deny them compensation for the overcharge. VAC already faces growing reputational backlash over the manner in which it communicates with Canada's veterans, their families, and survivors. I fear this retroactivity measure, if enacted, will only increase the deep distrust in Veterans Affairs Canada that sadly I hear about far too often, end quote. Colleagues, I would ask that you vote against that. Oh, I guess you can't, but I'm on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. So now moving on to Division 21, Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Act and Clause 381. Monsieur Garon, est-ce que vous allez présenter le BQ?
Mr. Garon, will you be presenting BQ 14? Yes, Madam Speaker. What we're asking is to remove lines 5 to 14 in English, paragraph 3.1 with regard to communicating information to regarding the RCMP. We were asking that it be removed. The union of the RCMP officers conveyed their concerns. They're worried that this will be used against its members. It should be said that the use is somewhat liberal. I know that sounds pejorative, but in the way information is exchanged, this is sort of a liberal approach, and it's been asked, the union has asked that this clause be removed.
Okay, BQ 14, it's
B14, is it carried? Is B14 carried? Carried.
Clause 381 carry. Okay, Clause 381 carries. There are no amendments between Articles 382 to 388. Is there UC to group these into a single vote? Okay, yeah. Shall Articles 382 to 388 carry? Carried on division. Moving on to Division 23, Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, Clause 389. Monsieur Garon, est-ce que vous allez présenter BQ 15?
Mr. Garon, would you like to present motion BQ 15? This is something along the same lines as the previous one. It adds the necessity of the need to consult with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner with regard to information. This concerns Bill 25. It carried in Quebec. It harmonizes the two programs. Thank you, Mr. Garon. Is BQ 15 adopted? Carried. Mr. Garon, BQ 16. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the same vein, once again, the department has to provide for mechanisms to resolve any inconsistencies with the province. And once again, we're trying to uniform a law between the federal and provincial governments. Any comments, questions? No? Does BQ 16 carry? No? BQ 16 is negative, does not carry. Perhaps the government could explain their position. You can ask for a vote, but I've already called the question. All right. I demand a vote. A vote on BQ 16.
Mr. McDonald?
No.
Mr. Sawatsky?
No.
Mr. Halon? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Abu Taïb?
No.
Mr. Lefebvre? Mr. Garon? Yeas pour 1, nays contre 8, 8.
Merci, BQ 16.
Thank you. BQ 16 is rejected.
L'article 389 est-il adopté? L'article 389 est adopté avec dissidence. Il n'y a pas d'amendement proposé pour les articles.
421, is there UC to group them for the vote? Yes. Okay. Shall clauses 390 to 421 carry?
Carried.
Carried on division. We are now moving on to clause 422, CPC 6. Is someone presenting this motion?
Yeah.
Or this amendment?
This just amends clause 422 to amend section 35 of the Human Pathogens and Toxins Act.
Okay. All right, so for clause 422, shall CPC 6 carry? there's the mic's not on for some reason. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Fragiscatos.
We have a sub-amendment for CPC 6.
Okay, please go ahead.
Just a moment. It's right. Okay, right here. The proposed sub-amendment for paragraph 2 is as follows. Let me just make sure here. Yeah. 2, an exemption ceases to have effect on the earliest of the following days. A, the day that it is specified by the minister in the exemption. B, the day on which the minister revokes the exemption. Or C, the day that is 1 year after the day on which the exemption takes effect. These have been submitted to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. We will briefly suspend while we circulate. Yeah, so we'll just briefly suspend while the clerk circulate it to the committee. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. We will now go to the sub-amendment of CPC 6. Do we need to, you're okay with it? Okay. Shall the sub-amendment for CPC 6 carry? Yep, okay. So then, do I go to 422?
Go to CPC 6 as amended.
Okay. Then we'll turn to CPC 6 as amended. Shall CPC 6 as amended carry? Okay, carried. Shall clause 422 carry? Carried. Okay. There are no amendments proposed from clauses 423 to 595. Is there UC to group them for the vote? Yes. Yeah, okay. Shall clauses 423 to 595 carry? Carried? Okay. Carried on division. Yes, Mr. Hahn?
Since we're getting close to the end, I was wondering if I could try to pass UC one more time on the, and so I'll just read it out, that the committee rescind its earlier votes on clauses 191 and 192 of Bill C-15, and the chair be instructed to immediately retake the recorded division on those clauses.
Okay, thank you. Do we have UC to redo the votes on clauses 191 and 192? Okay. Okay, well then we will return immediately to those votes on clause 191. Recorded division? On division? Yeah, okay, so 191 on division. Clause 191 passes on division. Clause 192 carries on division. Okay, there you go. Okay. Okay, for clause 5, we are now at division 42, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, clause 596. Ms. May, would you like to move your amendment?
Yes. It's deemed moved already. So I appreciate that, Madam Chair. This, again, is these equivalency notions were added to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act back in 1988. They're already a compromise to try to ensure that protections of public health and safety, again, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, having been originally combining the oceans, sections of the Oceans Act, Water Protection Act, and commercial chemicals. They're primarily about toxic substances, or what is now considered SEPA toxic, which the Supreme Court has ruled doesn't have to be under the common sense understanding of the word toxic. But the equivalency agreements are important, and the environmental law community has been very clear, and I know if they've tabled many briefs with this committee, that it shouldn't be, that the equivalency agreements should be automatically terminated at 5 years. This version of C-15 and the amendments to SEPA would mean that there was no sunset provision at all. My amendment is a compromise extending it from the existing 5 years to 7 years, as opposed to what's proposed in C-15, which is no sunset provision at all. I hope this compromise will be acceptable to committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Shall PV3 carry? Okay. PV3 is defeated. Shall clause 596 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 597 carry? Mr. Weiler?
Thanks for allowing me just to speak to this. I think there was another one that was going to be discussed on it, but I just want to speak very briefly to 597 subsection 2, which is the private right of action for litigants to bring forward cases to the Competition Bureau under the greenwashing provisions. A couple years ago, these provisions were brought into place unanimously through the House, through C-59, with an understanding that the private enforcement would complement what the Competition Bureau could do, and really just add capacity where the Bureau doesn't have the capacity, because they've got a very large mandate: merger review, cartels, wage fixing, abuse of dominance, deceptive marketing across the entire economy. And so they do great work, but they don't have limitless resources. So since this has come into force, there actually hasn't been a single deceptive marketing case that's been brought forward in this way. So there's been some arguments that this would lead to the floodgates. Very much has not materialized, and it's not hard to understand why that is, because there's actually no damages or financial reward for private litigants to bring forward the cases. So they actually would have to raise funds and commit resources up front to bring forward a case that has to be deemed in the public interest. And I think importantly, since this was tabled last fall, the Competition Bureaus came out with further safeguards in a decision that was announced last month in Martin v. Alphabet, where they made it clear that leave for private litigants would only be granted where they can demonstrate it's genuinely in the public interest, serious issue grounded in competition law, a real and continuing interest, and a coherent theory of the case, including how evidence could be obtained, and a concrete litigation plan. So, in other words, this is very significant guardrails that the courts or the tribunal has established, which would effectively screen out any vexatious or strategic claims. And so I just wanted to put that to the attention of the committee before voting on these provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiler. Mr. Davies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be my last intervention, and before I do, I just want to thank the Chair and all of my colleagues for your generosity in allowing me as an independent to get some thoughts on the record. It's very, very collegial of all of you, and I appreciate it. I will just do one intervention to speak to the point that Mr. Weiler just made on 597, but I'll also comment on 598 as well, because, and then I don't need to do any more interventions. The two clauses, 597, 598, would amend the Competition Act to remove the requirement that the substantiation of representations about the environmental benefits of businesses or business activities must be done in accordance with internationally recognized methodology. That's what the Act says now and what we passed last Parliament. And as Mr. Weiler just eloquently pointed out, it also amends the Act to exclude the application of the provision respecting those representations from proceedings before the Competition Tribunal that are initiated by a member of the public. In other words, you can't have a complaint initiated by the member of the public rather than the Commissioner of Competition. Both of these clauses contain two amendments to anti-greenwashing provisions that were added to the Competition Act in 2024 as a collaborative effort between Liberal MP Patrick Weiler, myself, and Bloc MP Gabrielle Saint-Marie. The first change removes the requirement. I've talked about the changes. But together, I think the important point is that these changes will weaken the anti-greenwashing protections that Parliament put in place less than 2 years ago. And removing the requirement for internationally recognized methodology and shutting out third-party complaints will predictably make it easier for companies to make continue to make unverified environmental claims and harder for Canadians to hold them accountable. So I would urge all of my colleagues to vote against Clause 597 and 598 for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Monsieur Caron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Weiler for tabling this, for speaking of this amendment that went under our radar. I think this is excellent. In the initial bill, to fight greenwashing when something was being promoted that would help the environment, methods, scientific, internationally recognized scientific methods had to be used, and already it's an excellent law. I personally wouldn't change it at all. We've gone from an excellent law to, with C-15, adding something completely inadequate. So I think that our colleague has met sort of a compromise here. The scientific methods have to be credible, etc. If we do not adopt this and we leave C-15 as is, then we're taking all the bite out of the original law. I think we have to believe in science and scientific methods. I think we have to believe that when a chemical company, an oil company says that oil is now green, that there are people in the world, in fact, the wealth we have today is thanks to science, thanks to the scientific community. We can't just publish anything. The scientific community rather has to corroborate what's published. So if we adopt this, it's saying openly to Quebecers and to Canadians that companies can lie to people. And even worse, we're allowing companies to lie in a way that claims to be scientific. I absolutely cannot support that change, so I do support our colleague's amendment. Mr. White.
Speaking to a specific clause, the Lib 1 amendment was actually withdrawn, but anyways, I think everyone on the same page. Are there any other points of view on this? No? Okay. So shall clause 597 carry? Carried on division. Thank you. Shall clause 598 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 599 carry? Carried on division. There are no further amendments proposed for clauses 600 to 606. Do we have UC to pass, to group these together? Thank you. Okay. And shall clauses 600 to 606 carry? All right. Carried on division. So that was all the clauses, guys. And I can say guys because it's actually only men right now. Okay, so going through this, shall Schedule 1 carry? Okay. Schedule 1 carried. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Schedule 2 carried. Shall Schedule 3 carry? Schedule 3 carried. Shall Schedule 4 carry? Schedule 4 carried. Shall Schedule 5 carry? Schedule 5 carried. Shall Schedule 6 carry? Schedule 6 carried. Shall the short title carry? This is where we're going to have the debate. Okay, carried. Short title carried. Shall the title carry? The title can carry? We're okay with that? Okay. The title shall carry. Shall the bill as amended carry? Carried on division. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House? Yes, okay. Can I, even without division, can I just do that? Yeah. We can get that through unanimously. Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the use of the House at report stage? Okay, carried. Well, colleagues, congratulations. You got through the BIA 606 clauses. Is it the will of the committee to adjourn? It is indeed. Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a good rest of your day.